So I can't hear you if you've started.
I can go ahead and do it today. Our usual city crew is switched up today, but I will go ahead and do
Okay.
so Chair Dale,
Present, and I'm just about to switch to my laptop, so there'll be another me in the lobby in a second.
okay, and Vice Chair Hayes,
Present.
Commissioner Buckham,
Present.
Commissioner Burcham,
Present.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Present.
Commissioner Horn,
Present.
Commissioner Westheimer,
Present.
All right, wonderful. We will now move on to the land acknowledgement. Do we have a volunteer to read that?
I'll volunteer. The Heritage Preservation Commission humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Chair Dale, are you still with us online?
Oh, yeah, sorry. We will now move on to public comment. If any members of the public have comment on an item not on the agenda, please speak now. All right, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
It sounds like we don't have any public comments, so we will move on to item 6A, the 603 West Birch Avenue Certificate of Appropriateness under our public hearing items.
And Chair Dale, we need to do the approval of minutes.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, guys. We will now move on to the approval of minutes. Does anyone have any comments or questions about last month's minutes?
I have a comment. I was absent last month, and that's not indicated.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Anything else?
I move that the minutes be accepted with a correction.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Dominguez. Do we have a second?
I second that.
And a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain.
And one abstention. All right, great. Thank you guys so much. We will now move on to our public hearing items. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
With 603 West Birch Avenue and a certificate of appropriateness.
All right, I will open up all of the documents, and we do have representatives, I believe the property owners as well as the project architect here to answer any questions that the commission has as well. And I'm a few different attachments, so I'm happy to pull up whatever is needed to discuss. But the requested action here is to approve a certificate of appropriateness for demolition of the garage unit on the property and construction of a new accessory dwelling unit as specified in their application and the submitted documentation. And it included the staff report, and the recommended action is to approve the certificate of appropriateness for the proposed plans for the new accessory dwelling unit and demolition of the garage at 603 West Birch. And we've got the recommended alternate actions here. And would it be helpful to pull up any specific documentation, or do you have specific questions you'd like to start with property owners? Or would you, I don't know, if you have any specific things you want to say?
It looks like we have a comment from Commissioner Buckham.
Yes, I had kind of a question about the garage. So it seems that there's a concern of flooding and that it's not in great condition currently. I'm assuming that there's no way to save the garage and convert it.
That's correct. It would basically entail.
Yeah, do you can come up and
Makes more sense. That's correct. The HPC also had indicated that the garage has no historical significance. It was constructed 40 years after the other structure of the property. And to convert it, we'd basically be tearing the whole thing down and reconstructing it. The framing is all like 2x4s, some of them are rotted. The foundation is non-existent, and we don't feel like it's feasible to reconstruct it.
Thank you.
That's a good question. Lauren, I keep looking over for Emily, who manages the meeting, and she's not there. So who do we look to for our turn to speak?
Sure. And hopefully Chair Dale can still see you all online, but I can help facilitate.
I can.
That as well.
Or
okay.
Co-Chair Hayes can fill in for that role for the people in person. Commissioner Westheimer, you have a comment or a question?
Well, yeah, I am familiar with the property, and that garage does sit on the ground, and the street does flood. I would like to have seen what the interior of the garage looks like, but it does sit right on the ground. So I'm not surprised that it has, that you're claiming that there's rot, but it would have been nice to see the interior. I have a lot of comments. I'd like to thank the owners for wanting to do something that really fits in, that's smaller than the main duplex that's there. Putting making the roof line interesting on what they're proposing. But I have some questions. So first, my question is, why was the street improvement plan included in your application?
The street improvement plan was included because the finished grade of the street was raised, which just exacerbated the flooding issue in the garage. So before, the garage probably was too low to grade, but now it's even more so, and just causing even more risk to flood.
That's true. When the city resurfaces them, they only grind down at the curbs, and then they keep raising the crown, which then pushes water onto our properties. Okay, I'll keep going. So the city zoning code clearly says that you can't put an accessory dwelling unit with a duplex. And you can call something not a duplex, but it is a duplex. Aesthetically, both entrances are, one does not have primary interest over the other. They're identical. It is a duplex. And so I'm wondering why why you're taking the approach you take to say that it's a single family, which it is not, which with an internal ADU. I don't understand why that approach was taken.
So we're currently in the process with the city of reclassifying it. So obviously the acceptance in this meeting is going to be dependent on that. Basically with the new zoning code, we determined that every property in Flagstaff is now entitled to an attached and a detached ADU up to 800 square feet. It's kind of a funny situation where normally you wouldn't have an attached ADU be the same size as your duplex, But the new city code as of this year clearly states that you're allowed an ADU of up to 800 square feet regardless of the size of your dwelling. So we're currently in the process, and I will be submitting this week a reclassification of that duplex.
Could someone from the city address the fact that that has long-term implications for many properties? Because the state law that is being referenced says single family, and that's a duplex. And you can't call something other than what it is.
Hey, Duffy, I'm gonna jump in since I got to work on this code. As you're aware, there was a recent state bill that came across that says that for every single family dwelling or house with a single family dwelling, we need to allow both an attached and detached ADU. So every single family is entitled to have 2 ADUs. The applicant has that ability to convert the duplex into a single family home with an attached ADU.
Where is that in the code? I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me because the 2 units are exactly the same size according to the architect's information.
Yeah, so the accessory dwelling unit is allowed up to 800 square feet in size. There isn't a proportionality of the single family home. So it doesn't have to be less than the single family home.
Oh, I wasn't asking that. I mean,
Okay.
actually, it said 75% of the single family.
So you
Or
can
less.
actually go up to 1,000 square feet for an ADU, but no more than 75% of the principal dwelling. So if the principal dwelling is only 800 square feet, you can't do 1,000. We wrote into code that at a minimum, because we always had a minimum of 800 or a maximum of 800, you can still have that maximum of 800.
But the 2 units in the original duplex are 650 square feet.
Okay.
But that means that every single property can reclassify to whatever they want to call themselves to get whatever they want.
As long as they meet the definition of that land use under the code, then yes, they can.
So where does it say that 2 650 square foot units in a duplex, that it's been called a duplex for 100 years, can now call itself something
So they can
different?
come in and reclassify the building as a single family dwelling with an attached ADU.
Where is that in the code?
So it's under the accessory dwelling units portion of the code. And that was due to the recent state legislation, which requires us to allow at least one attached and one detached accessory dwelling unit.
On a lot with a single family. So it's like you're getting ahead. You're like trying to make it happen by reclassifying it. But I mean, that's one point. But another one would be, don't we need to do that before we can approve an ADU? Because that's not the case now.
Yes, they will have to, before planning and zoning approves a permit for an accessory dwelling unit, they will approve a reclassification of the unit as a single family dwelling. We're actually seeing this quite a lot now, where people are looking to have additional units and the density doesn't allow for them to have additional units. We're seeing duplexes now converted to single family homes so that they can have their 2 accessory dwelling units.
I have a question on a clarification of the State Bill 1415. So I have it pulled up and it says at least one attached, detached, or internal dwelling unit as a permitted use.
Yes. Are you talking about? So so it was House Bill 2720.
Okay, it references State Bill 14 or Senate Bill 1415 in the application. So I pulled that up and it says or.
sorry, so you're referencing the applicant's HPC application?
Yes, where he references the Senate bill. And then, so I pulled up the Senate bill from the 56th Legislature 2024, and it says attached, detached, or internal. And I'm just asking for clarification because when you were explaining how that can happen, I had not realized that was a possibility. So I kind of would like to know for future how that's interpreted.
So an internal ADU is the same as attached.
But it says or, not and.
So I need to read the sentence. I'm sorry. Please hold.
Yeah, and the applicant's application, they cited something different.
Okay.
That's what's in our staff report.
So in other words, the city's code is different.
Correct. The city's code allows for one attached and one detached, which was the requirement of House Bill 2720.
So wouldn't the Senate bill, I'm sorry, I don't have a background in political science. So wouldn't the Senate bill be the final? It passed the House and it passed the Senate?
I have the signed House Bill 2720. And it states that at least one attached and one detached accessory dwelling unit as a permitted use. It's number 1 under this House bill. I can just bring it to you. Yeah.
I believe you. I was just asking because what I had found and looked up online and to download in reference to what was referenced in the application says something different. So that was my question.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm not familiar with the other bill. I'm just familiar with House Bill 2720.
I have a follow-up question on that then, in sort of the same vein. Is there a reason why the Senate bill or the state bill specifically says single-family dwellings? Are duplexes not allowed to have ADUs under that law? I mean, I feel like if they wanted duplexes to have ADUs, they would have said duplexes can have ADUs.
Our code is specific that duplexes cannot have ADUs.
Okay.
But it is possible to convert a duplex into a single family home with an attached ADU and then have a detached ADU.
So could you call an apartment a single family unit with 7 attached ADUs? Like, is that?
So we don't allow 7 detached ADUs.
No, I know. I'm just saying it just feels more like semantics than actual policy.
Understood. It's not policy, it's now code.
Yes.
And it is the legislative body of the state of Arizona did write this law in which we had to write code in response to. It does require us to allow at least one attached and one detached. So that's 2 ADUs per property. And I know that's frustrating.
No,
but we only allow accessory dwelling units with a single family unit. We don't, and same with this bill, we don't allow accessory dwelling units with multifamily development or with duplexes. But if you wanted to take a whole apartment complex and convert it to the definition of single family, you could. It has to meet the definition of a single family use.
Okay, so then getting back to Duffy's question, what is like an ADU is supposed to be smaller than the single family dwelling, correct? And in this case, they are not. And I know it's not on us to make that definition. That's part of another process, but I'm just trying to figure out intent versus.
Sure. And maybe this is something we should take offline and have rescheduled because I think it falls outside of this potential discussion. And if you need more education on this particular code provision, and I can go through it in detail, I have been here in the past to do that. I did go over what that code looked like before it was adopted. I'm happy to come and do that again, but I hate to see a potential client here get wrapped up in this discussion when they're just applying the code as it's currently allows them to do.
Yeah, and I understand that, but this is one of the first cases we've seen in what seems like is going to be a very common item coming before commission. And unfortunately, this is just the one where we're having this discussion initially. But if the commission thinks it's better to have a separate session to go over this, very new law that is very heavily impacting and going to impact our historic districts, then we should do that.
Sure, I understand. I guess I don't understand in terms of if planning has determined it conforms with the zoning code, that is essentially their job, then I think the Heritage Preservation Commission needs to determine if it's in conformance with the guidelines of the town site district. So I think staff has already made the determination and has approved that land use. And now it's the commission's decision to determine if that meets the town site guidelines.
But the approval to convert it to a single family dwelling has not been approved, is what it sounds like.
So
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you guys introduce yourselves when you come up to speak so we know who
yeah.
we're hearing from?
Absolutely. My name is Bethany Hang. I'm one of the current planners with the city of Flagstaff. I was the project manager assigned to this project as it went through the site plan review process as well as concept plan review. Maybe a little bit of background on this project would help you as a commission understand why it's coming through as two ADUs, one interior and one detached. So initially, before the housing bill was passed and went into effect in the city of Flagstaff zoning regulations back in November, the applicant came with this same site plan and they were looking to essentially add that casita in the back with the duplex in the front. The only way that we could allow them to have that additional unit on this site was to go through the rezone process. So that was initially the process that they were looking to go through to get that additional casita in the back. With the housing bill going into effect with our zoning code this past November, what that now allowed was for not only an ADU on the property, but for now two ADUs. So rather than just one, two. But the provision with that was that the single family home on the site needed to have, or there needed to be a single family home on the site that had an interior or attached ADU. And then the second ADU had to be a detached. So they couldn't have two detached ADUs. They could only have one interior or attached ADU. And then in addition to that, the second ADU detached. I know I'm repeating myself. But this is, I think, coming back full circle to your question about how that duplex dwelling structure got reclassified as a single family dwelling. So as we all know, this structure on the site has historically been a duplex. So for current planning, we consider a single family dwelling unit to be a single family dwelling unit if there is only one unit on there. The structure can be reclassified to be a single family dwelling unit with an interior ADU because the designated ADU satisfies our maximum sizing requirement for an interior ADU. So as Tiffany was mentioning, the interior ADU or any ADU actually on the site had to be less than 75% of the square footage of the single family home, which in this case was the other unit of the duplex, or less than 1,000, whichever was less. However, in the city of Flagstaff zoning regulations, we've had provisions for ADU, and we see this specifically in the south side and also town side, where they could have an ADU of up to 800 square feet. Tiffany kind of touched on this. When the state legislature or the Housing Bill 2720 kicked into play and we had to essentially reshape our Flagstaff zoning code to match that, what we realized was if we omitted that section of that up to 800 square feet, that we would actually be putting a lot of properties who already have ADUs up to 800 square feet in the townside area out of conformance, and essentially putting us in a weird spot of having Prop 207 claims. So with that question, so that was how that section got incorporated into the code specific for this project. Even though the two units are exactly the same size, I think they're 650 square feet or 730 square feet, between that range, but I know that they're both identical in the square footage. Austin, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But ultimately, the designated unit that is an interior ADU satisfies that up to 800 square feet. So that's how we could consider that to be a single family home with an interior or attached ADU. Does that help to answer the question?
I don't necessarily have a problem with them taking down the garage and putting in a different building. But I do have a problem in two ways. One, it hasn't been reclassified yet. So if we approve it, they're breaking the law, and we're approving that. So it has to be reclassified before we can say it can have an ADU. Second of all, it seems that the state law does not require that we rename duplexes as single family with an interior. That's a city of Flagstaff decision. And I think as a city, we have to revisit that because things are what they are. So which unit would be the primary residence and which unit would be the internal ADU? They're identical.
Mm-hmm.
So what makes one a primary and the other one not?
Yeah, I think that is a worthwhile question to look into. Right now, what we're working with this project is how the code exists, and
Code exists and it says you cannot have an ADU on a lot with a duplex. And so whether or not I agree with reclassifying a duplex to single family with an internal ADU, that hasn't happened yet. So if we approve this, we're putting the cart before the horse, and then we are responsible for not following the zoning code. And I'm not willing to do that.
so the review of the ADU comes through the ADU permit. So when the applicant submits an application for the ADU permit for one of the units in the duplex to be an ADU, what happens is current planning staff looks at that application and the site plan to make sure that it's meeting all the regulations. I understand, I think, where you're coming from in the question of it's still effectively, if you look at it visually, to a duplex, but when we are looking at it from the standpoint of development standards and also sizing requirements, it is essentially a single family duplex with an interior ADU.
That's
And
semantics.
Duffy, to jump in, one thing we can do with a motion, if we move to approve, we could say with the condition that the unit is reclassified. And so that would just be part of our motion, that it's contingent on that status being approved, which protects us from what you're talking about and helps we've done that in the past, helps the process move along.
I think I understand the fear from where that question is coming from of what precedent are we setting moving forward, which is 100%, I think, something to be concerned about. It's something that I think staff is happy to look into, but I think like Commissioner Emily had just mentioned, that is something that you could absolutely, and I don't want to step outside of the bounds of my role here in terms of I guess, the commission meeting in that role, but that could, I think, be something that you could add to a condition of approval.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Buckham, you have your hand up.
Sorry, I was still muted. I want to say that I'm personally more comfortable with Commissioner Dale's suggestion that we make it a condition that it needs to complete its kind of rezoning process before we actually give our okay.
And Commissioner Buckham, that's where I can jump in. So for this process, because it satisfies the requirement for the interior ADU requirement and the detached ADU requirement, specific to our specific use section from the zoning code, this project won't have to go through the rezoning process anymore. So they had chosen to go through this process of reclassifying that second duplex unit as an ADU so that they wouldn't have to go through the rezone process.
You're right. I meant reclassification, not rezoning.
Gotcha.
Could you pull up the code that describes the reclassification process, please?
So we do not have a reclassification process. I don't know if that's something you want to jump in and talk about, Tiffany.
So there are two ways that we handle a change of use, and it depends upon what permit is required. In this case, originally it went through concept and site plan because they were proposing something different. Single-family homes do not go through concept and site plan, so they go straight to building permit. So it's the building permit that's going to reclassify this particular change of use.
Does council know that now you can call an ADU a single family and an internal ADU? Who made the decision? Because it's not in the state law to allow this.
City?
It's not. The state law says single family. This is what Flagstaff wants to do. Okay. But
The
how does
zoning
that,
code-
who decides that?
The zoning code has always allowed for uses of buildings to change. So as long as it was a use that was permitted in the zone, that the building could change. If it's a duplex, it could be converted to a single family home. In this case, they don't really have to convert because we also allow the attached ADU.
But the use didn't change. It's all residential. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to wrap my head
Right,
around
because
why
previously-
why the city would do this except for to not follow your own zoning code and to add units.
Okay, I apologize. Tiffany Antal, zoning code manager. We are following our zoning code. I think what you have to understand, Duffy, is that previous to this recent code change, we didn't allow two ADUs. And so that's where the difference is coming, is that we do now allow two ADUs.
I don't want to interrupt you, but the code clearly says duplexes can't have ADUs. I saw it in writing. If it's not the up-to-date code, you need to get it off the internet.
Sure. So I understand. So you can come in and you can permit a structure as a duplex, and there are very specific standards that a duplex has to meet. For example, a duplex has to meet architectural design standards. It has to meet our site planning design standards. A single family dwelling does not. So if you wanted to take a duplex today and come in and say, I want to make this now a single family dwelling, because somebody could, right? Maybe they have a large family and they want to make it all connect and turn that into a single family, they could. I understand that under the definition that an internal or attached ADU makes it read as if that could also be a duplex, but they are two separate things. And so I understand that you see it still as a duplex because in some ways it meets that definition of a duplex, but it could also be now a single family home with an attached ADU and meet that definition.
Seems nuts.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I think your concern is that every duplex in town is going to be reconverted from a duplex to a single family dwelling with an ADU. But it really is not possible except for in these little units. So if this unit was two 800 square foot ADUs or 801 square foot ADUs, this would not be possible. It's just this provision in the code that says anybody is allowed an 800 square foot ADU. And I believe the reason they did this was because someone buys a 400 square foot house and they feel entitled to an ADU, and the zoning code says they're entitled to it. they can build up to 800 square feet. So I don't foresee every ADU in town being reclassified as a single family dwelling with an attached ADU.
I would like to add that it would be nice maybe if we can have a little more discussion about the ADUs, because with the passage of that law, we are likely to see more of those. And it's a little confusing. I can't really wrap my brain around it. I'm trying to think, how is that compatible also with the Secretary of Interior standards, where say an ADU needs to be subservient, it has to be compatible, and how to make that work, or if there's a conflict. So I think that discussion at another meeting would be good. And thank you all for your patience, because this is new to us and we've been expecting to have an ADU question that was going to be something that was going to be confusing. And so it happens to be your project.
Are there any additional questions?
Yeah, I'd like to direct us, maybe if people have specific comments about the design of the ADU and how that might fit with compatibility, now that we've realized that we need to maybe have a larger discussion specifically about ADUs in a city presentation.
I do have a question about the parking. So it's, if I read the plans correctly, the front door to the ADU faces Birch, which is required by the overlay because it has to have a street relationship. But the plans say that the parking that goes right up to that building is the parking for the duplex. It's a duplex. This is the parking for the duplex. But the parking for the ADU comes off of Benito, and it shows no pathway to the door, no access points, no way into this ADU from the parking that, as I read, is designated for it.
Yeah, I know it's a little convoluted, but the reason that we had to do that was because basically you're not allowed to have a double loaded space for two different residents. So we were kind of forced to assign parking lots 3 and 4, which are in front of the proposed ADU, to the single family dwelling with an ADU. Obviously, it's a little bit awkward. You have to park in front of this other person's house, but it's, according to the code, that's what we have to do to park this site.
ADUs are not required to have parking spaces at all. So,
So actually, yeah.
yeah, so
Yeah, and this is probably a change from before, when they were talking about rezoning to multifamily housing, but the tandem parking is probably less relevant now, that if it's a single family with an attached ADU, as the ADU doesn't have to have parking. So, but luckily there are still 4 parking spots, even though parking no longer required. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, they don't need a path to it, even though it says it's for the ADU. They don't need a path that goes around into the front door.
And I think it does connect it, through the interior space there. Isn't that correct, Austin? That you could park here and still walk through to the front door.
Yeah. And, one of the issues, obviously, with the new ADU code is that you don't need to park it. So luckily, in this situation, we actually have 4 parking spots. And for the actual use of this, and now that the parking is not required for it, one person can park in the driveway in front of in front of the ADU, for that ADU. The other person can park there for the attached ADU, and the double loaded spot can go to the single family dwelling. So.
Essentially, now it could be reversed, and the 2 spots by the front door can be for the ADU, and the tandem spots could be.
No one's going to police it.
Right.
But it does seem that there should be like a pathway to wherever people are going to be walking from their vehicle to the house. It seems like that's missing.
Can you talk a little bit more about the relationship between the two buildings in terms of style and design? Like, what do you see as overlapping, I guess, design elements between the new ADU and the main house?
Sure, pulling up these, but
So we're gonna do the same roofing, the same window styles, and the same corbels and exposed rafter tails as the other unit. Right now, the attached ADU with the single family dwelling is stucco, and we're proposing like a hardy board siding on this that's painted. But stylistically, they're very similar, and we're proposing this unit to be significantly shorter than the other one. So this one's 15 feet tall, and the existing is 19 feet tall. So
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, it mentioned several times that they were going to be compatible, but I didn't really get a good picture of the main existing dwelling to be able to tell. All right, other questions or comments from
I do
Commissioner?
have another. I do have another question. So when the people at 820 West Aspen converted their garage to a dwelling, they needed to sign an accessory dwelling unit restricted covenant. Will that have to happen here?
I believe that's no longer required.
no, part of the, right.
I feel pretty comfortable with the design from the information that was provided and how it was described as far as with the main, with the main building.
And if it's helpful, I can pull up the inventory forms, of course, have the, I just wanna-
Yeah, I saw it on the inventory form. I was looking for photos of the existing
Right.
building, but I didn't find them. And that it is shorter does kind of satisfy some of that subservient to the main structure. So thank you.
And that is a note that they are voluntarily complying with that, as that is something that the an ADU now could be up to 25 feet and is not in compliance, and what the town site guidelines are no longer in compliance with. So something, yeah, we're lucky to, happy to see voluntary compliance with that. And although it does have other things like being set back from the street and from the house that are also subservient to it, the roof line is a nice addition. Commissioner Buckham?
Yes, so if I'm correct, the external ADU can be up to 800 feet. But does it still need to be like 75% smaller than the original structure, or am I wrong about that?
Only if we want to exceed 800 square feet. So we're allowed 800, and if you want to go greater than that, it has to be 75% of the single family dwelling, which we would not be allowed to go over 800 in this case.
Okay, and so the external ADU is going to be 715, and then each section of the former duplex is 650, it looks like.
Yeah, that's correct.
So it's technically, okay, so it is technically bigger than each piece, but I guess not overall. Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
So in this case, are we allowed to have the ADU be bigger than the primary single-family residence?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes, because it's still 800 feet or less.
This law is strangely written and full of confusing loopholes, and I will be very excited to get a full accounting of what it says in the future.
A good case study for putting it to the test and finding all of the interesting details.
And just to verify, the house itself is not individually listed on the register. It's just part of the district.
Correct.
And so changing its designation does not impact its eligibility or place in the, because like if it was originally built as a duplex, but it's no longer a duplex, like would that affect it if it were on the register?
No. Either way, if it was, those sorts of things aren't really recorded in the nominations anyways.
Okay.
And I don't think, and I wouldn't change its contributing status in this case.
I don't
Okay.
think that it would impact any of the aspects of integrity, therefore it should be fine. You're not moving the building, you're not taking away any of its characteristics. So this is more of like a zoning thing than it is National
Right.
Register.
Yeah, and those sorts of things, like zoning designation is not part of the listing.
Okay.
Although,
I just didn't know if
again,
it
it's
was
not
like
individually listed.
if it was listed as
Right.
like being built by like Frank Duplex Builder, and he built 1,000 duplexes, and this was his 1,000th, and now it's no longer a duplex, or
Well,
some weird scenario like that where part of its nomination is contingent on the fact that it was this kind of structure.
well, if that ever comes up, Chair
Yeah.
Dale, that the most significant duplex in duplex history happens to be changing its designation, then
Okay.
that might have a
Okay,
different
just
conversation. But in this case, no.
things come up. Frank Duplex Builder would be so disappointed if he lost his. All right, other questions or comments? Do we have comments from public? I see many people in the audience and online today.
I would just like
No
to make a
comment.
comment.
Oh, we
I
do
would
have a
just like-
comment online. If you could please introduce yourself, state your name.
The statement was just no comment online.
This is Jesse Dominguez. I just have a comment.
Okay.
I took piano lessons in that building when I was, I think, 12 years old. And that door means a lot to me. That building is really a really neat building. So if you could save as much of it, of the historical value, that'd be fantastic. And the gentleman was John Hall. He owned Piano Exchange here in Flagstaff, which is now where the corner across from Mike and Rhonda's. So to me, it's really important that you guys take care of that building. Thank you.
We will. We're not proposing any changes to it.
All right, other questions or comments from commission or the public or staff or the owner / applicant?
I have a comment. I just wanted to say that I think the owner did a really good job with the design. I think it fits in nicely to the neighborhood. And I know there are a lot of things that feel kind of out of our hands, or we feel that we don't have a whole lot of say in, but I think you did a good job respecting the neighborhood. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, my only concern is you're calling something not what it is and to get around the state law. And I just think that's really odd. Yeah, you guys did a great job. I don't have any problem with what you designed. My problem is you're trying to call a duplex something that it's not. And there's nothing wrong with duplexes. The city wants missing middle. That's what that is.
I guess I would say that I would see it rather see it changed to a single family dwelling in name rather than in fact, and see one of those doors openings closed and torn off and lose some of that. It's still going to read as a duplex as you walk through the neighborhood.
All right, last call for questions or comments from anybody. All right, do we have a motion? It sounds like if we make one, we'll want to add the contingency that it is reclassified. But other than that, I haven't heard any other comments about changes.
I'll make a motion. I move to accept the recommended action of approve a certificate of appropriateness for the proposed plans for a new accessory dwelling unit and demolition of the garage unit at 603 West Birch Avenue, conditional on approval of a reclassification.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Is that enough to?
Do we want to add the reclassification specify to the existing duplex to a single family dwelling with attached ADU?
Do I have to start from the beginning? Because that's not in my recommended action. I'll have to remember that.
You can just amend your recommended action.
I'm amending my recommendation or my recommended action to include the the duplex being reclassified as a single family unit with an internal ADU.
Thank you, Commissioner Hayes. And do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that again.
All right, and a second from Commissioner Horn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, thank you again, and thank you so much for letting us hash out some of this new conversation we're having about ADUs with using you as a case study. Again, we appreciate your thoughtfulness in the design. All right, we will now move on to the next item, the 15 North LaRue updated certificate of appropriateness.
Thank you, Chair Dale. All right, I'm going to pull up these documents, and I believe online we have the project architect as well as the applicant and some other members of their team available to answer questions. And so brief history. So about a year ago, the Heritage Preservation Commission reviewed and approved the project plans. And so it was the April meeting last year, and I included the original certificate of appropriateness application and originally approved plans, as well as the motion with the conditions of approval. So that is the background. And so there are two new additions that were added, and this is coming in for an updated certificate of appropriateness to discuss filling in a upper rear window to match the rest of the facade, and also adding a new rain gutter on the lower part of the rear roof that would match the rain gutter on the existing. And I can, pull up all of these specific documents. And one note is that the window has, as I mentioned in the staff report, that work has already been done. And so this is retroactive condition, asking for a certificate of appropriateness. So things to consider in terms of approvals and any potential conditions. And so I can go through and pull up whatever is needed. I'd also note, just going through the previous conditions of approval. So the first 4 have been met. The last is the historic interpretive sign added on the front facade of the building. So that has been designed and approved. And perhaps the project applicants may have an update, but it is, my understanding, it is under production, so that should be installed shortly. They are soon to be repainting the building, so I assume they're going to wait till they finish painting before installing it. But I did include the sign proof that came for review, and they elected to add a QR code and attach additional history about the Loy family online. So I also included a PDF of what the QR code now it links to. And that's also now hosted on the City of Flagstaff website on the Heritage Preservation resource page. So you can find it there as well. So that that is the background and brings us up pretty much up to date with where we are now. And let me pull up the addendum staff report, which also has helpful picture in here so you can see what we're talking about. So, so this is the rear of the building. So it was taken a few months ago while things were still under construction, but you can see here, this is the rear window that was filled in, and then this is the existing gutter on the upper portion of the roof that would be carried forward here on the lower portion of the roof. And yes, Commissioner Westheimer?
On that photograph, they have the smaller portion that extends. I don't know why we're being asked to approve a gutter. It's
Well,
totally reversible.
it is, and that was more just because it came in at the same time.
Okay.
If it had just been the gutter, I would have approved that administratively, and it wouldn't need a certificate. It's really the window is the.
So if you look to the side of that little addition, it looks like there was a doorway that was filled in as well. Do you have any information on that?
So this doorway over here was just getting replaced, but this one was also filled in, and I believe that was approved administratively by, I believe it was after you saw this last April, and it was approved by Sarah Duchter as the acting heritage preservation officer during a few months ago, before I was on board during an on-site meeting. So that was approved and was an additional change from the original. And Commissioner Buckham?
I guess I'm curious, do we know why the window was filled in pre-approval, or kind of what happens if we don't approve something that's already happened? Because I think I read that it would be damaging to reverse it. So yeah, kind of what happens if we don't approve something that has already happened?
And so the project team could speak to some of this, and so yes, you could ask that it be removed. I don't know, and they could answer whether or not they retained any of the original window. So I don't know whether or not it could be restored, or we'd be talking about putting in a new window there instead. They're asking, the original ask was because of water damage, water infiltration. So I don't know how damaged the area was. Of course, if these were probably, if we were seeing this before it had gone in, those are the sorts of questions we'd be asking, of course, right? What's the extent of the damage? Are there other options besides filling in the window? But now it has already happened. And in terms of how it happened, I think it was unintentional. I assume there's just a miscommunication somewhere down the line. I know the project architect is online, and he called me in December to ask about this in advance, not knowing that it had already happened. And so there was an attempt, made by him as part of the project team to follow the certificate path. So he called to ask what needed to happen, and I talked about an updated certificate of appropriateness. And then when I went out to look at the window in question, I saw that it had already been filled in and took this photo. So, so that's the background. Of course, things happen.
Could I just be excused? I need to trade some keys for my locked keys.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. Yes, Commissioner Westheimer.
So this is on the back of the building, which I think
Right.
we don't have any say about anyway. But I would be more concerned about, and I can understand why if someone approved closing in a door, they would just assume they could do a window too.
And
I get
I'm
that
sure that has
logic.
something to do with it.
But I'm more curious why they were given approval to close in the door. Don't you need another egress from a building, not just the front door?
Well, and they do. They have those two exterior doors right next to each other, and I believe that's so. And the building official also approved that change. So, so that is fine from the building safety standpoint. Part of why that was approved.
Did the other acting HPO need to record why the decision was to approve closing in that door? Is there any record of what the thinking was?
No, there is no record. I do, it wasn't in a, approved in, in terms of like a certificate of no effect, as there. And I could, unfortunately, as Sarah Doctor is unable to be here today, I could follow up specifically on what happened. I do believe it was recorded on the approved plans as having been reviewed, that change, and approved when it came forward to building safety to make the change. And she used one of the exemptions to the certificate process to approve it. And those are because there's an exemption. There normally is just, there's less formal documentation, normally more like email conversation, which probably she could locate. But I think you have a good point, and that I assume part of what happened here is that because it was approved to fill in the door, that is why it was assumed it would be okay to fill in the window. Yes. And also a good point that as it's all on the rear of the building, and this is not the primary facade, although it is adjacent to the alley, not as many folks are going to see it. It is less of an impact.
I guess I'm concerned because this is the second one of these we've had in a matter of months where somebody's already gone ahead and done something and then they come back and ask forgiveness instead of following the process. So I guess I'm leaning to being a little less tolerant of this, that I don't want to set a precedent that, yeah, just do what you want and then HPC will say it's okay later. And that, I'm a little concerned about that.
And I understand the frustration of that, and then in this case, and we could, and if the project team is here, if you wanted to ask those questions about whether or not any of the window material was salvaged, the condition, if there are any other options to discuss. I don't think, as I mentioned in the report, because the overall it's still going to be a no adverse effect to the building, and we have already previously required as a condition of approval the mitigation of doing the interpretive sign. In terms of additional mitigation, there's not, something like that, not a lot of other solutions that we could add as a condition.
I'm wondering if it's a matter of education for business owners who are in the historic districts.
And as we discussed last time, possibly architects and developers as well.
And what was the previous case for this?
The Crown Railroad, where they removed
yes,
the sign and threw it in the landfill.
Which it still looks very bad. I live right near there and I drive by it like every day. Yeah. It's painful.
Is it possible that the owners have a photograph of the window that was there before? I mean, it could have been replaced already with something modern and horrible, or something wonderful, but maybe they have a photograph of what was there that they could provide that could be in the file, and if it's the original window, which is kind of interesting if it is. So could we ask them to look for photographs?
Yeah, and anyone from the project team is here. I don't know if you can answer that question if you already have that.
Hello, everyone. Michael Sanuti. Go ahead, Kevin.
Oh, yes. I'm just saying I'm looking through our site photos and I do have a photo of the window, but Michael can tell you the history. But one thing I would say from an architect construction point of view, we would have had to, the window as it was extended down to the roof of what I call the backpack element, which is where the bathroom goes. And so we would have had to raise up, effectively shortening the window by a minimum of 8 inches in order to properly get waterproofing in there. And I believe at the time, water was pouring in the windows. And then Michael can give you a little more history from that point on.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Michael Sanuti speaking, project manager for Insomnia Cookies. To Kevin's point, and first and foremost, we would never do something without formal approval. We are very experienced in working in historical areas. We're always strive to be good neighbors. So I'll point that out first and foremost and apologize for that misstep. We do have photos of this window that I can provide to the office of the existing window that was there. To Kevin's point, sitting snow and ice was actually decaying the building structure and wood components within that building. So if I could just take that a step further, the gutter that we added and removing that window was in an effort to, one, preserve the building, and two, create a safe space for passersby. I'll stop there, but happy to share photos of this existing window if that's helpful for anyone in attendance.
It looks like that's a little addition on the back that's overlapping that original window opening. Anyone know when that little addition was added?
Unless Kevin, our architect of record, knows, we lease that building with that out parcel connected to the building. I cannot speak to the age of said structure.
I
Anthony
have no
Rosales.
information on that.
Anthony Rosales is our landlord here. We could check with him, but again, yeah, we're not sure.
Is this building a contributor to a district and therefore does it have an inventory form?
Yes, and yes.
And
I don't believe
do we have pictures?
not of the rear of the building. It's just the front. So, and I don't believe it discusses the age of that little rear unit either, but I can.
That looks like somebody added that on for extra space and didn't take into account what the long-term consequences would be, so.
Am I just imagining this, or was there something about louvers? Anyone else see something about louvers with this project? And I can't find it.
As a condition of our approval, we were required to add privacy screening. Maybe that is coming to your mind. I don't recall anything with louvers on the building or within the project.
I don't
No, me neither.
either. Are there any other questions for me or the project team or any other documents you'd like me to pull up?
I'll do a motion. I would move that we approve an updated certificate of appropriateness with photographs of the original window submitted to staff to be attached to the original or to the certificate. So we have some record of what was there.
And we have
I'll
a motion
second that.
from Commissioner Westheimer and a second from Commissioner Bertram. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
Any opposed?
Yeah, no.
Any abstentions? Commissioner Horn, would you like to make a comment about your no?
Yeah, I would. Sorry, I didn't get that in before the vote. I think we should add a stipulation that they make the closed-in window and door a different color, so you still see that as part of the original building, that's what it was originally. But I think that should be part of it. I'm not enough of a historic preservationist to know what color that should be, but I think something that would let it show up that it used to be, that was the space.
Any comments about Commissioner Horn's suggestion?
I agree with Commissioner Horn. I think that's a good idea to kind of distinguish that window there. But again, I don't know what color would be appropriate for that, but to separate it, I think that's a great idea.
Is the trim of the building is black, right? I think that would be fine. I mean, it's just to show
Right.
that
And
there
it is
that
still
contrast.
recessed and you can still see both openings and they, to me, they read, still read as a door and a window. It is the final color of the building is mindful gray. And right now the trim is black. So,
So do you view that as
I would say,
unnecessary? Oh, sorry, Commissioner Dominguez.
Yeah, and perhaps
This
the,
is Kevin Gore. Oh, sorry. This
Oh,
is
no,
Kevin
sorry,
Gore, the
someone
architect.
else.
I would say if I wouldn't use black, I think that would call out too much. But if you did a slightly darker version of the building color, a little more gray, like think of it as a shadow rather than missing tooth, I think that would give enough indication that there was something there without screaming that something's not there. So that's, I would say, like a light gray, in the family of the color of the entire building.
That seems appropriate to me.
yeah, thank you for that suggestion.
So would we need to make a new motion or move to make an addendum to the previous motion? Is there some sort of,
New motion.
do we need to negate the previous motion? Or say that this motion will supersede the previous motion?
Our experts are thinking. Luckily, we have
Can
the
we
city
just make an
clerk.
amendment to the existing motion?
Place. Okay. Yeah. So a new motion that supersedes the previous motion and includes as conditions your 2 conditions of approval.
So yeah, Commissioner Westheimer had one condition about including the photos, and then Commissioner Horn had a second. Is the photo one in the original motion, or is that something?
The Commissioner Westheimer's suggestion wasn't the original motion, but now we have to
Okay.
redo all of it. So it has to be approving a certificate of appropriateness for the proposed plans. Sorry. And I was looking at
Including the photos.
Right.
And
Yeah. So
making the original door and window obvious through. Okay.
yes.
Who's gonna take it up? Commissioner Horn and Commissioner Westheimer are in a battle.
All right, I move to approve an updated certificate of appropriateness for the changes to the upper rear window and installation of a new rear gutter at 15 North LaRue Street, to also include painting the window opening a different color to distinguish it from the rest of the facade, and locating and preserving the photos of the original window.
And this motion supersedes the previous motion. Correct?
Yes. Can you just add?
And this will supersede the previous motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Horn. Do we have a second?
I second that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Hayes. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, great. Thank you so much. And thanks for bringing this to our attention. We will now move on to general business. As
you,
a
everybody.
point of order, I will need to leave in about 15 to 20 minutes for another engagement, at which point Commissioner Hayes will take over the meeting and she can use the gavel. So general business item A, the land availability and suitability study.
Sorry, that's turned off. Sorry. Tiffany Antle, zoning code manager. And today I'm here with team partners Genevieve Pearthree with sustainability and Jennifer Michelson from housing. This is a joint project between our sustainability division, our housing section, and our planning section as part of community development. Today, we're just going to go over the goals and policies that are directing this project. We're going to talk about the purpose and the progress of this project, as well as an overview of where we are, which is our code concept study. And we're going to go over some decision points that we're looking for final answers on. We don't expect you to have answers on these issues today. These are the questions that are out there and circulating that we'll need to get formal feedback eventually from our city council in order to move this project further. But this is the best ways that you can support and provide feedback that can also assist council as they make decisions on this project moving forward. So just to reiterate, the city has has declared both a housing and a climate emergency. As a result of both of those emergencies, there was a 10-year housing plan that has been adopted and a carbon neutrality plan. The primary goals of which these plans include a lot of goals and policies overall, but the high overarching for housing are to impact at least 6,000 low to moderate income Flagstaff residents through a combination of unit creation or subsidy provision, and to create or preserve close to 8,000 housing units by 2031, with a minimum of 10% of them being affordable. Uh, Under carbon neutrality plan, we're looking at achieving carbon neutrality by 2030 through a 44% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, prepare Flagstaff communities, systems, and resources to be more resilient to climate change, and address climate change in a manner that prioritizes those most impacted and ensures the costs and benefits are equitably distributed. Clearly, super low goals to achieve, right? Like, these are easy, we can do this, snap of our fingers. So the land availability suitability study and the code analysis project, which is the official name of this project. The land availability and site suitability study has been completed. It basically examined the suitability of available land to determine opportunities and barriers to housing development. This also helped inform what potential changes might need to happen to the zoning code in order to support development in these areas. The second part of this project, which is what we're really here tonight to talk about, is the code analysis project, which is intended to evaluate our development code. So it's not just the zoning code, but also looking at our engineering standards, our fire code, our building codes. There's probably others, but they're falling off the tip of my head. Um, we're looking at those holistically to see how we can address both these housing and climate goals. Those are the priorities that this project is focusing on. So the code analysis project is broken into 3 separate tasks. The first task was a code diagnostic report. This report is available on the city's website. It's a fairly lengthy report. It lists a lot of things that represent a potential barrier to either housing affordability, housing production, as well as carbon neutrality. That list is pretty big, and it goes beyond more than can be accomplished in the immediate future. So the second phase of this project was to take the highest priority barriers and identify some potential concepts of ways that the codes could be amended. So this is just trying to approach these as high level. Are we good with moving in these directions before we go to the final stage, which is final code recommendations? What I would tell you about these studies is that they are just studies. The studies in themselves do not change code. There will have to be future amendments to change code. So as we go through that process, again, even those final code recommendations could ultimately change as they go through that final public hearing vetting process as code amendments are prepared. So I'm just going to clearly just list off what the big code barriers were. Our commercial and residential zone standards. These include things like density, allowances, as well as the size and shape of lots and where we place structures. All of those components came in as a potential barrier. Parking requirements, our high occupancy housing standards, resource protection overlay standards, affordable housing incentives, or sustainable building incentives. There were other things in terms of how we handle processes, like how we rezone properties came in as a significant barrier, or subdivision procedures. I will note, however, that we've already updated our requirements on subdivision procedures. Our street width and design, our winter parking ordinance, street connectivity, transportation impact fees, and transportation demand management in terms of how we handle traffic impact analysis. There's a lot here. In no way, shape, or form will I go into depth in any of those. And I recommend a read of the code barriers report if you're really interested. The idea here is that yes, we reached out to developers and folks in the field that are trying to come bring development cases across the line, because we did want to know what are the barriers and analyze those. Not everybody feels comfortable with what barriers were identified. Sometimes people feel uncomfortable with something being identified as a barrier, and we understand that. The point is that it's okay to say that something is a barrier to providing affordable housing and to reaching our carbon neutrality goals, but still having and keeping those parameters that cause that barrier. It's just acknowledging it, right? I mean, sometimes when you have to look at the whole book in order to understand, but it is also about having a community conversation about where our priorities are and where we want to go in the process. So all kinds of modeling were done in this code concept report, but basically we were trying to look at if we changed code, could we actually change the cost of housing? Could we move carbon neutrality forward? The models are interesting to look at. They're not perfect. The development considerations in Flagstaff are just tough in general. Can we move the needle? Yes, we can. Is it big dramatic? Are we going back to, 2010, 2001 prices? No, we're not. But, is it possible to reduce costs to a reasonable level? Potentially, yes. In the code concepts report, it talks about these these code concepts that we want to look at in terms of the sustainability standards and incentives, our resource protection overlay, our street widths. And when we talk about street widths and when we talk about parking, we need to talk about our winter parking ordinance. There are 3 scenarios that take different elements of the zoning code, like certain land use regulations and housing types by zone district, as well as our density allowances, parking requirements, and it takes all of those things and it levers them in different ways. And we'll walk you through what those scenarios look like. At the end of the day, we don't have to choose any one of these 3 scenarios. It's just how those 3 scenarios moved the levers in either way. We can pick and choose on each one of these things what works best for us. But it's trying to take some really meaty things that like I spend all of my time thinking about every day, but nobody else does. So with all of that being said, there's a lot of things. So we're trying to really stay high level and have you understand how this might move the mark in terms of these different code changes. So let's talk about these code concepts. There's a lot of friction. Right now we have incentives for sustainable development and it allows a density increase or a density bonus if you meet certain standards. But right now there are things that the state law sort of prohibits us from requiring, kind of like affordable housing. Not to the same degree, But for example, we can't require a development to be all electric, which would be huge if we could. That would be a big push and a big step towards getting towards carbon neutrality, but we can't require it. So the idea here is that we would create a menu of items that a developer, each one would have a certain point value. Of course, ones that were more expensive or harder to do would have a higher point value. And a developer could pick and choose between those components of a development. Um, we do have some other features in the code that are very similar to this currently. Transportation demand management is also a very critical component of it. It's something that hasn't really been incorporated into our sustainability provisions, but things like carpooling and transit-oriented design and bicycle facilities, as well as requiring transit passes and other site design features that make our community more attractive to other modes besides vehicles. Additionally, we have resource protection overlay standards. These standards, and you're going to see a lot of movement happening right currently in regards to our resource protection. It's a big community conversation, specifically in terms of forest resources. What I can tell you is that when our resource protection overlay was adopted in 1990, at that time, commercial and industrial development were the priorities. They preserved the lower level of resources, and we put the highest level of resource preservation on residential development. Here's the trick is we also allow residential development in commercial zones. So if you do residential in a commercial zone, you preserve a lower rate. We just made our commercial zones more desirable for residential development. So in resource protection, forest resources, for example, residential's got to preserve like 50% of their trees. In commercial, it's 30%. So you can see it's a pretty substantial differentiation. When you are building one building, it's easier to deal with resources than when you're building lots of individual detached buildings. It starts to get really tough to manage with our resources. Additionally, there's been a lot of scientific changes or scientific updates to how we thin our forests, how we treat our forests, and we need to really desperately update these standards. And so we are going forward and making changes on this. We will be having a conversation with council on April 1st to talk about a pilot program on how we would like to deal with trees resources. And there are new tools that we can also utilize that can make it easier for the developers as well as on staff. Street widths. Over time, from when our codes were developed, back in the 90s, you could develop a subdivision of townhomes with a 25-foot street width or a 27-foot street width. Today, the street width, regardless, is 56 feet. It's pretty substantially different. We also require that every street provide on-street parking. Residential street. We don't allow for you to park overnight on those streets 5 months of the year. So if we want to talk about street widths and what street widths take up, so the wider the street is, the more it takes up in terms of accessible land for development. This is intertwined in terms of our fire codes. It's intertwined with our engineering standards. There are reasons why the streets have become wider over time. And those are things that we will have to resolve as part of the big picture. But the idea here that you are seeing between reduced street widths and talking about the winter parking ordinance is, do we want to look at either allowing narrower streets with no parking? Do we want to adjust our parking requirements? Because some of this conversation goes towards, do we want to also look at requiring less parking on our development sites? So let's talk about those scenarios. There are 3 scenarios presented in the code concepts for sort of that zoning code, all those zoning code things like densities and setback and all those good things. The first scenario is about optimizing our existing incentives. Right now, we don't give enough to developers to offset the cost of what we're asking for in return. So when our consultants took a look at it, we don't give enough to get what we're asking for. We're still getting to a degree, but it's a lot harder to achieve. So scenario 1 is all about how do we bump up those incentives to make it more feasible for a developer to take advantage of those. And that includes increasing density and reducing parking. Those are the 2 big ones. In scenarios 2 and 3, It's basically those same principles of increasing density and reducing parking, but it's by right. It would not be attached to an incentive for affordable housing. The intention is to increase market rate housing production, because there is a thought that increasing market rate housing production relieves the demand on supply. Now, I know that Flagstaff is different than many communities and we have additional constraints, but housing supply does still help us to a degree, even though we have other competing factors. The difference between scenario 2 and 3 is that scenario 2 also elevates our sustainable design. And so instead of incentivizing our sustainable design features, we would be requiring them. You would have that menu of options, but it would be a requirement outright. And to help offset, there is that higher level of density, there is that lower level of parking. So we do have some legal constraints when we adopt zoning codes. When we adopt a zoning code, if we are to put a code in that reduces the value of the property, we either need to compensate that property owner or we need to waive that code. By doing this and adding a requirement and softening another, there may be less of a vulnerability in terms of Prop 207 claims. The last one really focuses on increasing market rate housing production. And of course, between 1, 2, and 3, you can, when you read this report, it'll tell you that we can produce a lot more housing with our existing land supply under scenario 3 than we can under scenario 1. So this just breaks down, and I won't read through all of these. It just breaks down the difference. But again, you just have to realize how we can use these tools to get certain outcomes. And then really what are the outcomes we want to achieve? Because we want housing production, but we also want affordable housing. And we do want to reach our carbon neutrality goals. And so, is it possible to have it all? And in some respects, yes, we can. So again, just goes into more detail, and I can send you this presentation as well. But the key findings are really that scenario 1 just increases that attractiveness of our existing incentives. Scenario 2 is a really viable way of adding sustainability standards. We really do need to be able to offset. We have to add a treat to the additional standard. And then scenario 3, increasing density and reducing parking can absolutely increase market rate housing production. The key findings: on an absolute basis, the existing development environment is extremely challenging due to the high cost of construction and land. I know you're totally surprised, but that is huge and foremost. And so, there's a level of what code can do, and there's also some existing constraints that we have to deal with. Across all of the scenarios, parking reductions were critical to market feasibility of higher density housing. If the city desires to concentrate density in areas where households are likely to drive less, then targeted rezoning or new overlays. Basically, this is a way of doing what's called transit-oriented design. We could focus increased densities along existing transit corridors, hoping to reduce vehicle miles traveled, hoping to put density in places where people don't need to drive. If the policy goal is to broadly increase density throughout the community, scenarios 2 and 3 do that job. And the increase in housing capacity under scenario 1 is highly dependent on the increased uptake of the density bonuses. So this is just trying to stoplight sort of model, show you how each of these different scenarios kind of either hits or doesn't hit the goals. So you can see that scenario 2 is really helping us hit both sets of goals, both carbon neutrality and housing plan goals. Here's a great question. Are there any zoning districts that should be excluded or treated differently? And I believe you probably have some feedback on that. And I believe that you've given that feedback as well. And it's still feedback that can be given again and again. Okay. Yeah, you could say it now.
I would say one size fits all is not a good idea. And the reason being is that like the historic areas have been infilled multiple times already. So I feel like though there are legacy families like Jesse's family, they've already given up a lot. And they're an incredible asset. But neighborhoods like Cherry Hill, they're well established. And so it has to be done with a very gentle touch in any established neighborhood. So I think a one size fit all, it would be a big mistake.
And it's also really important to keep the R1N zone separate from the R1 zone? Okay, that was what I was.
That's what you wanted. Because if you read what the two zones are, they're terribly different. And
It does make them read as if they're very similar and they're not. And so, it's definitely something we talked about, but we want you to know that we're aware of that and we're tracking that. That is not on the dense when you look at the code concepts and it looks at density changes, it does not propose changing the R1 end zone.
okay, so R1N are I don't think Plaza Vieja and Southside are
Plaza
R1N, but
Vieja actually has R1N, Townsite has R1N, and north of the downtown is R1N.
yeah, so those are historic areas that are single family, but you can also have a second dwelling on the lot. So they're not strictly single family.
So, where and how should we increase density, right? So I heard Duffy's comment, should it be citywide? Should it be sectioned areas of the city? What I will tell you is we always do run into that chicken and the egg scenario, which is it's easy to say we only want density where transit is, but transit will never go where density isn't. So, and same thing with commercial. So it really is important to contemplate that. Should by right density increases be limited to areas where people drive less? Same kind of conversation, right? Do we want to increase density allowances for affordable housing projects, those that serve a certain area median income, or all market rate housing? Oh, yeah. Sweet.
Commissioner Buckham?
Yeah, sorry, I have a couple of my own questions. Do you know what does the city consider to be affordable housing?
Sure. So we absolutely we have an incentive program. And so when we're talking about affordable, we're talking about our incentive program. Are you okay with me doing this? Okay. Um, so we have different categories. Category 1, which is permanent affordability, is what we always try to attain. For permanent affordability, that is projects that serve at least 10% of the units will serve an 80% of our area median income. And there is a table that shows you that. So our area median income has actually grown considerably. 80% is getting pretty close to regular workforce level housing. So, but it varies and it changes based on the number of people in the household, right? So I
Okay.
would say for one person, it's more closer to workforce housing, where when you get to 4 people, it gets a little bit looser.
Okay. And then something else I was wondering about, because a lot of these, as I'm reading the report, is saying higher density but more restrictive parking. In my brain, more people would mean more people would need to park. Um, is that something that we're thinking about? It looks like we're trying to find areas where people drive less, or if we want to incentivize or push those TDMs. I just don't know how much I believe people are really going to drive their vehicles less.
So it's not a perfect science. We can definitely achieve, but I can send you some examples of what the parking reduction is. It's not huge, right? We're not going from you have to provide 40 parking spaces to 0. it's, going from 40 parking spaces maybe to 30 or to 25. And yes, density is also this, and one thing I just didn't talk about, but density is very interesting because density is not a good indicator of necessarily people. Because generally you do only get 1 to 2 people living in a 1 bedroom or a studio apartment. Our definition of family is quite large, but it's not the norm that we have 8 people living in a studio. Um, with that being said, a studio has a different parking calculation than a 2 or 3 bedroom than a 4 and 5 bedroom. And so we do have those calculations and we have a sliding scale based on the size of the unit and the potential number of people. So that's definitely going to be part of the consideration as we move forward. But um, parking absolutely has a huge cost and adds a huge cost to housing. So maybe parking at the highest level, understanding that we might push people out to streets and we might push people out of cars entirely, right? So there will be a percentage of both. Not everybody's going to give up their car. Some people may just park on the street instead of paying for that that additional parking as part of their housing unit. But to be able to get a housing unit that doesn't include the cost of parking could be huge for some people, and could be an advantage. So it's just one of the things to look at in terms of like, where are we willing to go? I mean, we could technically remove all of the zoning code standards and it'd be a lot cheaper to build. And that's not necessarily what we're proposing, but the questions we're asking today are to engage the conversation of where are we willing to go and what are those numbers that we're comfortable with.
Thank you.
I'm going to cut in here as I have to go, so I am turning over chairship to co-chair Hayes, and I look forward to watching the rest of this meeting once it's over. Anything else you need from me to do that?
I think we're good.
All right, thank you so much, everybody. I look forward to seeing how the rest of this meeting goes. Bye.
Okay.
Tiffany, I have a question.
Yes.
Mobile homes,
Yes, sir.
where are they in this program?
So mobile homes and manufactured homes are allowed in a particular zoning district. The code concepts plan doesn't necessarily suggest allowing them by right throughout the city, but that's something that absolutely could be considered. So even if you have ideas that aren't presented in here or aren't considered as part of our code concepts, you can always provide that feedback as something of a consideration. Right now, manufactured homes are limited to the manufactured home zone. But remember that there's modulars, there's manufactured, and there's mobiles. Mobiles are happening less and less. They're harder to they're harder to meet snow and wind loads these days because they are built prior to 1976. So we're not seeing an influx of new mobiles, but we're still seeing manufactured homes. And we could expand more areas for manufactured homes.
The reason I asked that is I see Sunnyside with a bunch of them.
Mhm.
And I know there's a lot of property over there, which I know it, and that is affordable housing for some folks.
Mhm.
And so, we don't want to eliminate that,
Mm-mm.
but also I think we need to plan for it.
Mhm.
How are we planning in the future for mobile home? In Plaza Vieja, we have that mobile home park that was vacated,
Mhm.
still sitting there vacant. And I still have pictures of those families that I don't know whatever happened to them. But it's just a shame that what is affordable housing? Somebody asked a minute ago, what's affordable housing? Well, it depends on how much money you have.
Agreed.
And that's where we're at. And so I think we just need to make sure the whole spectrum
Mhm.
is involved. Let's not forget the little guy.
That is very much taken into consideration. Uh-huh.
So I'm wondering if in a couple of things about this study,
Mhm.
was there taken into consideration the number of households at different area median income levels and how much we need to provide for them? And my thinking, because I don't want to forget them, is that if we only do market rate and we only get 10% of so-called affordable will never serve the people of lower income. They'll always be struggling here. And I know we don't have inclusionary zoning in Arizona, but if this analysis was done in such a way to know what the actual need at the AMIs, what that actual need is, it might be very informative to say, oh, we have 20,000 people who are below 80%, or we have 15,000 at this level.
I mean, this study did not specifically cover that. Right, right. Yeah. And just to repeat what she said into the mic, no, is just that's another further refinement. Like depending upon where we go in terms of density, if we're going to solely focus on the incentives, there is an expectation that the affordable housing incentives will be refined no matter what, and that's definitely that could happen in the next step.
I just think that market rate is going to win out big time, and we're going to build market rate, and the people who need the assistance aren't going to get enough, and that worries me.
And so next up, I didn't cover floor area ratio, but this could be something that's interesting to you. And I think we might have talked about it a little bit in terms of when I came and talked about missing middle. So floor area ratio is a way to manage the intensity of use. Like I said, you have 1-bedroom units and you have 5-bedroom units. And if you have a property and you're allowed to have 3 units, like you just saw a property that had 3 units on it. They were all very small. And so that has a lower level of intensity than a building that has 3 5-bedroom units in it. FAR is a tool that allows us that gives us and a developer flexibility in terms of keeping a development sort of in scale with its surrounding environment, but also allowing the developer to decide how to disperse that mix of units. For example, if if you have a 9,000 square foot lot and you have an FAR of 0.5, you can have a maximum building square footage of 4,500 square feet. In that 4,500 square feet, say you could have 4 units. You know that you couldn't build them all as 5-bedroom units. There's no way size wise you could do that. So that FAR can be a really controlling factor. Again, it's still something that needs to be calibrated for each zone and thought out appropriately. But I think it's one of those tools that as you're seeing more pressure in your historic districts, because there aren't exemptions for historic properties, that these other tools are viable for at least trying to control the compatibility or the scale of the development. The parking reductions. Do we support moving forward with those parking reductions? If there are parking reductions, should we be looking at on-street parking as part of it? There are some communities that have gone so far as to leave it completely up to the market. Um, you know, we're open to the conversation. We're wanting to see what people are comfortable with. I hear from all spectrums. I hear from don't require any parking to require all of the parking. So, we want to get to a place of consensus. We want to get to a place where people are comfortable. But again, this impact and the feedback that you give us will help us guide us of where we'll go in the future. Yes.
As I said before, if you look at the neighborhoods like the historic ones, just because we're HPC, these neighborhoods were built when people maybe had one car and smaller lots. You can see we have the natural laboratory here. If you would go morning, midday, evening, weekends, and see what's actually happening, you'll get a picture of what that would look like. And then if you compare, like Coconino Estates is full of vehicles. I mean, we have natural laboratory on what people are actually doing if we just use that as a source of information.
Yes, I live next to one of those houses. Um,
All right, so do we support creating a menu of sustainable design standards for developers to choose from? We're looking for feedback. We're looking for, what's the best way to see these things accomplished? Should a wider menu of the transportation demand management strategies also be included? Reduce street widths. Knowing that there may be potential trade-offs, do you support developing a strategy and outlining a process for creating narrower local street design options? I mean, there's lots of examples in Flagstaff where you can see smaller streets. Drive through the Presidio. It's actually newer and has smaller streets. Village at Aspen Place, those are actually city streets. We can't do that anymore, but you know, there are reasons why all of these things have happened over time, but are those things that we're comfortable with? Because again, they all come with trade-offs, right? There's a certain level of frustration when you drive through some of those places. They're smaller, they're narrower. You might have to wait for a car to maneuver in front of you. And again, the comments we get run the gamut. And lastly, the winter parking ordinance, this is also one of those places where it's, if we do reduce parking, if we do look at our street widths, do we want to look at allowing street parking year round? And what does that happen? What does that do to snow removal? Because it will have big impacts to that. And it might have to change our community expectations of what we anticipate will happen. And I definitely hear the gamut of stories. Oh, there's whole cities where they just don't even plow the roads, and it's true. They run the gamut, right? We have really high levels of services that we also then complain a lot about. But I mean, in comparison to other places, we actually get a lot for what we have. So I know that I'm grateful and appreciative of everything that happens, but what are we as a community willing to accept if we want to lower the cost of housing, if we want to do these things? Do we want to go in this direction? So next steps. We're doing public outreach. We're informing you. We've done a little bit more here than we are at other commissions. We're trying to reach out, just getting people engaged. I love that you've gone out and started to read the document. Please read, please give input. You can write to all of us, send us emails. You can send them to your staff liaison, who can also direct them to us. The goal here is to get to a place where we have final decision points to give to our consultant to move this project forward. And we're hoping to have some real code recommendations by the end of this year. So that is the story, and hopefully I didn't take up too much of your time. Any more questions?
I have a question. So I know this is about land availability and suitability, and trying to achieve some of those goals like carbon neutrality. One thing that is not mentioned hardly in the document is historic properties, which is reuse is the original recycle, reduce, right? If you rehab or reuse a property, a commercial property even can be turned into housing. Your carbon footprint is so much smaller. You're not putting in the landfill, you're not transporting materials there. And I know we don't have a lot of industrial buildings sitting around that are vacant that could be adapted into that. And I personally have seen that done really well. I lived in a 1942 World War II Veterans Hospital in Utah, turned into a condo that was donated by the government to the city to raise money for the city of Brigham City. And they renovated them and sold them and made money. And it was really well done. But is that another compatible plan? Do you have another plan? Because it's not really addressed. I mean, I Googled this document to look to see how many times sustainability is mentioned, the 154, and historic is mentioned 5 times, and one of those is just talking about a past action. So historic properties are working, maybe not in the town site, but there are individual properties someplace that sometimes are demolished for new housing. For instance, the May Hicks house was on the list for demolition. And it was in part because there was not enough room for the dumpster. to meet the parking requirements. So it seems like the menu of things to do, the menu of things could be incentivizing also for historic properties, and I don't see that on that.
I have a text amendment that's drafted. Um, that's so part of we do have housing bond funds, and our housing section is currently working on a portion of those funds that is slated for adaptive reuse. So part of the housing bond funds are going to go towards adaptive reuse process. In hearing about their policy, we wanted to partner with them to make adaptive reuse easier. So here's what we're doing. As a hook for providing affordable housing, we are reducing the requirements for adaptive reuse. There's a couple different ways. First off is removing the requirement for a conditional use permit when you do adaptive reuse in a commercial zone. So if you do all residential in a commercial zone, we'll remove this additional lever. That's one. But two is no additional parking is required for adaptive reuse. The site does not have to be redesigned to comply with our site design standards. It does not have to meet our landscaping standards. It will not have to meet our architectural design standards. The buildings can remain as they are in place, and the change of use can happen without those other things that normally get triggered when we allow housing to take over those buildings. So we have provisions drafted. They're currently being circulated. I dug a little deeper and included public improvements, and I'm seeing if that's going to fly with my partners right now. So we'll see where we get to on these adaptive reuse standards, but they'll be here shortly. In fact, we're taking them to the Housing Commission next week.
Can I make a point of clarity? Townsite Community Land Trust will do any historic property in all of Flagstaff. The only reason it's named Townsite is because there was another entity named Historic Flagstaff, and we needed to differentiate ourselves from that legal entity. And so we use Townsite because that's how towns get established. But we can do any property in all of Flagstaff, and our affordability is permanent.
I have seen that over off of, I think it's industrial. There's that motel that's been turned into like transient housing, but that's saving a building by turning it into some kind of a housing unit, even if it's short term, is I think much preferable to then all that material going in the landfill.
So we have that in the works and should be coming soon. And if you're interested, we can forward along to Lauren for your guys' review.
Thank you. I think that would be very pertinent to our commission. Thank you.
Anything else? Thanks so much for your time.
So next on our agenda is open meeting law refresher training.
Good. Just a moment.
Thank you, Tiffany.
All right, Georgiana Stasky, Deputy City Clerk. I started this position in January, but I've kind of just been going around. We have a lot of new commissioners, so just kind of doing some refreshers. So a lot of you will know this information, but hopefully a little bit new information as well. So just kind of going over today's agenda this evening, just some roles of the commissions, that refresher on the open meeting law, and we'll just kind of do a little review of the conflict of interest law, and then if you have any questions, we can go from there. I wanted to take a quick moment to thank you to the commissioners that were reappointed in December and their continued service for the community, and then to welcome Jesse, our new February appointment as well. So the main role of boards and commissions is to make those recommendations to council. They can do a couple things with those recommendations. They can accept those and move forward. They can ask for more information or reject them. So, but the boards and commissions do make that recommendation that does go to council. And I just wanted to quickly review the staff liaison role as well. So their role is to ensure compliance with open meeting law, answer any questions related to city policies or procedures, coordinate the involvement with other departments or commissions, and then reporting those recommendations to council when they're ready. So open meeting law, it needs to have in your posting when and where the meeting will occur and the information that'll be discussed, and that minimum of 24-hour public notice is required. Any legal action, so motions or votes need to take place in the public meeting. Only agenda items can be discussed. And the kind of only exception to that rule is going to be executive sessions where the city attorney is involved, and then that's attorney-client privilege. So a little bit different there. And you see that mostly kind of with city council when they do executive sessions. So why we have open meeting law? For a couple main reasons. One is to protect the public, just to make sure the community's involved and aware of decision making. And it promotes accountability by encouraging public officials to act responsibly and reasonably. And then next is to protect our public officials so that there's the notice there, again, within that 24 hours. And they're prepared to discuss about the agenda items. And then we have the minutes to accurately memorialize what happened.
Could I make a comment, if
Yeah.
I may, please? The reason I am abstaining now from approving minutes is because they have no memorialization of what happened other than who voted. And I think that that is something that we really need to do, like we used to do, is to have accurate minutes available for people to read. And I've raised this question about putting them on YouTube, a video, and I see two problems with that. One is I don't have time to watch a 2-hour, 3-hour meeting to look for what I'm interested in. And two is a collection management issue, because if you put it on YouTube, Google now owns that video, right? And they will make collection decisions for the city of Flagstaff or whoever is posting their stuff there. And I think that that is not serving the public for the city to not be in control of those collections. So I don't think that we are actually memorializing what happened in the minutes by using video or letting YouTube manage the collection.
Yeah, one thing I'll mention, and then if you want to add anything, is as far as YouTube goes, we are looking at maybe some other possibilities of kind of that retention where it'd be more internal, so it's not, YouTube. I don't know that that was ever the intent to have YouTube just hold everything forever. So, but as far as the minutes go, and the actionable items being presented in them, is that requirement for being memorialized? Do you want to expand on it?
You're doing great. My name is Stacy Salzberg. I serve as the Communication and Civic Engagement Director and also as the City Clerk for the city. Georgiana hit it right on the head. So yes, YouTube does have those videos, but we are still the owner of said videos. So we have them in our possession. We're able to produce them at any time that they may be requested. We will not lose them. Should Google decide to head them off. In terms of the minutes, the legal requirement as it applies to all minutes and as it's required within the open meeting law is actually pretty straightforward. Who attended the meeting, who spoke, what the action was, what time you started, what time you ended, and which of the commission members were present. That is all that is legally required to be in the minutes for a public body. Now, oftentimes we will include some additional information to help tell that story a little bit, but we will adhere to what's required legally, and we will adjust as necessary, whether that's at the request of the commission, a policy directive from within the city.
When and how was the decision made to go to action only? Because when I started on the commission, however long ago, we actually had minutes and then we would read them. And much to some people's dismay, when we found mistakes, we would want them corrected. And then we're told, no, we're not going to correct them. You have to put it in the next month's minutes. But of course, nobody reading anything would know that it was wrong and to go to the next month to read it. but people do read them. I know people who go in and read minutes because they're trying to figure out what happened or what was decided. So I think that using the lowest requirement is not serving the public as well as we used to.
Sure, and those are some decisions that are sometimes made from a capacity standpoint. Staffing has changed significantly over time, which takes, it does take quite a bit of time to go in and really do summary minutes. Not that that's an excuse one way or another, but that is sometimes what leads to that sort of decision making. Particularly as we entered into the pandemic and we moved into a place of heavily recording meetings, having Teams meetings that provide a lot of that capture of video, is when you started to see a slight movement away from that. We are starting to see that across the board. We have some communities in Arizona that don't do anything other than action minutes, and that includes their city council meetings. So, and they're coming back and again, referring back to those videos. We're not required to keep videos, but we as a city have decided that that is our practice, especially since many of our meetings are seeing limited summary in terms of what's being captured. We continue to look for other technological opportunities to help, whether that's a heavy transcription service, which comes with a cost. Teams has been wonderful. It's continuously improving, which is also allowing us to have access to a transcript of the meeting. It's not perfect, but it is something that can easily be referred back to. Those are things that we're continuing to develop internally and working to capture those pieces and save them and have them available should anybody wish to view them. So I hope that helps a little bit. I hear what you're saying, but it is, it ebbs and flows, if you will.
I guess I would like to add one additional concern I have about just video meetings is they're not memorialized in perpetuity because there's no, I mean, I deal with collections and electronic media is really hard to maintain. And 100 years from now, when people want to understand decisions that the city made and you have a 2-page minutes and that's it, and there's no record of the actual thinking behind it, historians, that's a huge resource to historians that have been lost and people won't understand why our city did what it did. So I think just the lack of being able to, if you can't, I mean, we can't do it now, hardly maintain those videos. Just think about the thousands in perpetuity, which is what we should be doing with our records for administrative work. And I think to me, that's a more concerning thing. I mean, I'm fine because there's errors when people record the minutes. And when you see the video, you get exactly what was said, which is nice. But I think not having a paper record, those are going to be lost 10 years from now. Will anybody be able to watch them? 20 years? How long will they last?
Yeah, it's a great point. And as somebody who is really responsible for the archiving and the history of our city, we've seen it already just in the time that I've been here. We don't, I have a CD and I'm like, I have no idea how to even get this stuff off of this anymore. I go to my IT folks and they're like, we don't have a CD drive. So we definitely recognize that. Part of what we are going to be trying to do is to encourage not only our staff liaisons, but folks that do interact with commissions, to be a little bit more mindful, to provide a bit of summary in there that doesn't capture everything. Unless you've got a verbatim transcript, you really aren't going to. But if we can maybe get to a place where we're providing some sort of brief summary of the conversation, again, that's always been our encouragement, but it is not legally required. Again, I recognize it. I don't do it for city council. We do include quite a bit of a summary for our city council meetings. It's a difference in how we approach some things. But again, we are, with Georgiana coming on board too, we are really in some great time to revamp our board and commission program. We're working a lot closer with our staff liaisons. We're trying to share those best practices, and that is part of it, to really try to capture just ever so briefly some of that summary.
And part of the cost of using video is that electronic uses a lot of energy. AI, they say, uses an immense amount of energy. And so there you go. There's your reason to put it on paper and put it in a vault.
I wish I could. I will tell you, as somebody who takes the minutes for our city council meetings. It's almost a minute for minute translation, if you will. And if you can imagine a 3 and 4, even just a 3 and 4 hour meeting, those of you that are familiar with city council meetings know that they can go quite longer than that. The amount of staff time that that takes is significant. And that's where some of that technology, yes, there's that balance with AI. We're finding a lot of improvements there that's really helping in that efficiency. And that's where we're hoping to help our commission liaisons to maybe be able to include some more of that detail in that summary kind of component without it could take a full-time person to do minutes for.
When I transcribe interviews, it's like 7 hours to transcribe 1 hour.
It's pretty intense.
So maybe as the city works on this process a little bit, maybe that can be shared with Lauren or the staff liaison so that we can get an update and understand where that is. And I think it'd be nice to know if this is also all across all the commissions the same. So.
You bet. We will be happy to provide updates. Again, Georgiana is working really hard to make sure that she's in front of commissions on a fairly regular basis, which is exciting. I can share with you that this isn't the same practice across all commissions. For the city, there are some that are a bit more, there's some that are a bit less. Some of that depends on the staffing that they have available to do that. But we have seen kind of a broad range. I will tell you that I don't think I have a commission that is as extensive as a city council meeting minutes, but it does kind of run the gamut. But we continue to, my vision also is to try to bring some consistency across the board. We're going to work really hard to get there, but we also have to kind of work within the resources that we have.
Thank you. Look forward to hearing more about that.
Great.
I didn't want to derail the conversation, but I really wanted to get out there my concerns and why I just abstained.
I understand. Thank you. I will let Georgiana continue.
Thank you again also for sharing and bringing it up. And as Stacy mentioned, I'll be updating Lauren and other staff liaisons and hopefully be able to get kind of some of that consistency. So kind of coming back to open meeting law, some other points here on just why we have it is to maintain the integrity of the government, better inform citizenry, and then build that trust. So what constitutes as a meeting? A meeting is a gathering in person or through technological devices of a quorum of a public body, which they discuss, propose, or take legal action, including deliberations. As times continue to change and evolve, that does include electronic communications. So that's probably why you typically see that you're BCC'd on an email. And so that's just so we can avoid, any reply all, and then we have a quorum talking about it in an item on the agenda. With a quorum requirement, that is the majority. So if you have 7, that's going to be 4 people. And if you don't have a quorum, then you cannot meet. So there are penalties.
I have a question. It means you can't meet or you can't make decisions.
You cannot meet because you wouldn't want to go over anything on the agenda. You can't talk about it. You don't have enough people to make a informed decision. I had that happen today where a commission couldn't meet today because they couldn't get a quorum. So if there are penalties, if found guilty of an open meeting law violation, a court may levy a fine of $500 against commissioners for each violation. And the commissioner is personally responsible for that fine, and they are also subject to removal from office. And so moving a little bit into kind of decorum, the chair is the presiding officer in all commission proceedings, and during the absence, the vice chair acts as chair. Members may speak after recognition by the chair, and the chair shall not unreasonably withhold that recognition. So when there's more than one member wanting to speak, the chair will be able to determine that order and recognize the first speaker. And just kind of remembering when someone else is speaking, not to interrupt. And, we'll get to that order as the chair or vice chair calls for. Some kind of other general tips for meetings is kind of refraining from side conversations during the meeting, turning off your phone ringer, computer sounds, minimizing any distractions. Wait for the previous person to finish their comments. Speak clearly, not only for the audience, but the online people as well. And if you're unable to attend in person, just making sure your liaison knows if you need to attend virtually or if
you have kind of as a general rule, we recommend the removal of any member who is absent for more than 2 consecutive regular meetings without notification. And then a little bit about conflict of interest. So there's 2 different types. We have substantial and remote. Substantial is going to be generally any interest that affects you or your relatives' financial or property interests. You would want to refrain from voting or participating in a decision, and you would actually want to leave the room. And so you would want to make your conflict of interest known for the official record, and so that can be in the minutes as well. An example of substantial conflict of interest would be, if you're bringing maybe your own property you own to the commission to vote on, you would probably, excuse yourself. But again, you can always ask your staff liaison, ask me, we can bring in legal if we need to. And then remote interests are financial and property interests deemed to be minor, and so they're not triggering any sort of reporting or non-participation requirements, and you can still vote in those. So an example of that, maybe specifically for you guys, would be if there was a tax coming forward on historic districts and you were a historic owner, but there are a lot of people that are going to be affected by, that vote. So it's not just impacting you, and there would be a lot of say. So it's not like a substantial. And then remembering just not to kind of accept any gifts or bribes. Some examples are just tickets to concerts, dinner, gift certificates, and anything else that might be considered a gift. And again, always feel free to reach out to the liaison or me, and we can always loop in a city attorney if needed. We do have the members rules and operations manual on the boards and commissions website, and I have my email here as well that's listed on the website, so feel free to reach out at any point. Were there any other questions? Okay.
Thank you, Georgiana. Our next item is the historic signs and facades grant tracking.
Yes. And just for clarification on their last item, so Sarah Dector is your staff liaison. And Nancy Corbin Fuller, who's usually here, but will be does our notes and the minutes, and is the one who, checks in with you about sending out the agendas and the quorum check. And then I do the staff reports as the Heritage Preservation Officer.
Why aren't you the staff liaison?
I think because in the past, when the Heritage Preservation Officer was the staff liaison, then it was, a lot to balance with, like if I'm doing the report, trying to be the technical expert, and then also a parliamentarian and making sure procedure. Although of course tonight, I guess I'm sort of doing both, but it could, just to make it easier to have that balance, I think is the goal with that.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, just as I'm the only one here, I wanted to explain. So with those, like your staff liaison questions, Sarah is technically the person who handles that.
And I did say staff liaison and looked at you.
No, that's okay.
Should I have sent that to Sarah instead of you?
Well, you would have just gotten Sarah's out of office telling you to email me, so.
But it should have gone to Sarah and not you.
Yes, and if somebody, a member of the public or someone contacted us about adding to the agenda, all of that. And if you look at the Heritage Preservation web section of the website, all of that does have Sarah listed as the contact info.
So Sarah's pretty much our point of contact, and the information gets kind of gathered
Yes,
there and disseminated.
I think it is a little more convoluted in this sense, as I of course also send out some updates, but like Sarah, arranged Ariana Urban coming and doing the training and sent out the meeting invite and that sort of thing as staff liaison, and sent Jesse the welcome packet as the staff liaison. I'm also happy to help and answer your questions as they come in.
Thank you.
All right, and here is our so small March grant tracking. Okay, so really no big updates. I just updated it to reflect that last month you approved extending the 601 West Cherry grant for another year. So I updated that and then updated the total below to show that there's 15,000 available for this year. And we don't have any new applications that have come in yet, but I know there's one, at least one pending one that should be hopefully be submitted to review next meeting, and possibly a second one they've come a couple times, but I think they're probably interested in going for the full level 2 and might wait till next year. But we're close enough. We could probably anytime start reviewing a grant for next year's funding as well. So stay tuned. Next month you might have more to read in the packet on this. And no updates on the other pending properties at the moment. So, any questions on that? All right.
All right, the next item, we're done with that, right? Grant tracking, no? Okay. Next item on the agenda is reports and approvals.
Yes, and so this one is a little out of the ordinary in that it's using the exemption that we have in our Heritage Preservation Code for the building official. We don't see this probably too often. The building official certifying that something is an imminent hazard that has to be immediately corrected, which and I was out of the office, and so Sarah Duchter, as acting HPO, wrote this up, and then our building official made the decision. Although in this case, this also probably would have been still your standard. We would have allowed re-roofing in kind in the town site, which we generally do anyways. So would have just been a different type of approval. But
I have a question about this. Why did this one come to you, but the other one on Birch did not? Did it come to you?
which
They're
one?
re-roofing another place on Birch. I don't see why,
There was one last month, wasn't it?
but they're
Also,
doing it today.
there was. I mean, I'd have to pull up the minutes from last month, but there was an approval in last month for another town site re-roofing. Was it that one?
I don't believe so. It's in the 400 block on Birch. It's a
It
duplex.
should. So generally across the city, re-roofing does not always come to the HPO, but it within right, but it does need a permit. But roofing is an over-the-counter permit that is usually issued same day. So where it would come to me and then to you is within the overlay zones. So town site usually does. And so I'm trying to find the one from last month. So there was
Lauren, I know what it is. It was 713 West Birch Unit 1 that we approved a roof on last month.
right. And
The block west of Sickreeves, and they're just replacing an in-kind roof. But it seems odd that
right.
the people in the building department sent you one, but not the other one.
And I will look at that. And it's actually the folks that run the front counter who when they come in and check that. And maybe I'd have to look at the specific situation, but I will follow up on that and see which one it is. But it should be all of them within town site or downtown, although that doesn't happen as often.
Or maybe they don't have a permit.
Well, I guess let's hope that's not the situation, but I would be happy to look into that and follow up. But yes, that is the standard. So any other questions on this one?
I could see if this is just over-the-counter roofing that's just asphalt shingle or something that you still get today, that this is sort of something that's made it a decision without coming to us. I could see it coming to us if it has something character defining about the roof, and they're now changing it or a complete change in material.
Right. Yeah, I would agree. And I think, generally roofs, as you know, have a short life cycle. So we're hardly ever going to be talking about the original roof. It generally is a replacement. But I do agree there is something to be said for if, you're taking an asphalt shingle and you're or a wood shingle, which it doesn't exist anymore. But when it did, and then you're talking about a big character defining feature, replacing it with a, metal seam or something. So
There still is cedar shake. You can get
Right.
them.
yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, they do exist, right? If a new permit came in for one, that would be a different story, but yes, they do still exist. So, and that,
So do you need an approval for us for this
No,
exemption or just a
this
notification?
is a notification that staff approved it, and which is where these would typically fall. So this one's just a little different because normally this would be, me telling you that I approved a certificate of no effect. But instead, it's informing you that the building official utilized that section of code. So.
I looked at her house multiple times. I can't figure out. It must have been a very small hole because I saw no problems. I mean, no evidence from the exterior of anything. It's good to get your roof fixed. That's the
Right.
bottom line.
And hopefully it all happened before the storm.
Any more comments or questions? All right, next item is consultations.
Well, first I would like to thank the clerk's office for coming tonight. Very helpful presentation and appreciate it. We don't have a lot this month. I did thank you to everybody who attended the SHPO design review training. I think we all, enjoyed that. And I did reach out to Ariana Urban about scheduling another one this summer. Like we talked about, I haven't heard back yet, but, be thinking of dates and times that are good for all of you. And another update from the SHPO office, if you haven't seen, registration is live now, I think as of this week for the conference. So, right, so yeah, be thinking of that, or for you federal employees, I know you've got a little difficult, but also, yeah, remember that Ariana Urban did also offer that the commissioner registration could be waived going as an individual instead of as a member of your organization. So I didn't see an option for that on the registration, but I'm sure you could reach out to them directly to do that.
And that requires attending the CLG workshop on the first day, right? And then the conference attendance is waived.
I believe so. I believe that's what she said. Yeah. And unfortunately, they don't have the schedule up yet, so I don't know when it is on the first day or when any of the other sessions are. And I have only been unofficially told that I was accepted for a session. And that was only because of like a logistical thing. So yeah, everything's still coming.
I understand the first day is the workshops, and that is CLG, and then there's a tribal workshop that is planned, even though the schedule's not up yet.
And there's also another one, at least one more, and that Bill Collins from the SHPO's organizing on doing National Register District updates, and he asked me and I think other local HPOs to be involved. So I haven't heard from anything else on that one either, but Ariana, when she was up here, we chatted, and she said, yeah, they were still figuring it out because they didn't want those to necessarily overlap, as there's obviously CLG interest in both sessions. So coming, more information coming. Commissioner Westheimer, did you have a question or comment?
On to the next item.
Oh,
Commissioner Westheimer.
Sorry, I had basically skipped there. Yeah, there are no.
I wanted to just share that Sago Lily was relisted in the Townside District. Hooray! And so for us, what that means is that new owner can apply for the owner occupied historic property tax reduction. So it's an affordability thing. And then I wanted to know what's going on with El Pueblo and the May Hicks house.
I don't know anything about El Pueblo. And yeah, I have heard no updates. There are no active permits, active development plans, anything that I have heard of. I did share with Commissioner Westheimer by email, and I think probably since the last meeting, that is, you may have seen earlier this year, possibly was it January or February, there was a future agenda item request by City Council to discuss the El Pueblo and its designation as a landmark. So there, I don't know the exact nature of how that, I believe as Councilmember House brought it to the agenda, but so there's interest, but no development. And I believe the mayor and council members have reached out to the owner, but no plans. So unfortunately, nothing to share there, except that there is interest, but it doesn't sound, and this is, what I've heard through the grapevine, but it doesn't sound like at this time the property owner is interested in landmark designation, which of course would be required. So, but keep an eye out, hopefully, on future city council agendas. And I think there's obviously interest right now in the lead up to the Route 66 centennial to have some momentum with one of our more famous Route 66 properties.
Would we ask that if that does end up being discussed anywhere in the city, you let this commission know so that we can at least track, if not participate in
Yeah.
trying to preserve it?
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out, and if I would assume someone will inform, me in my office if it is coming to council for discussion again. And I will be sure to let you know. But it was in February, and it was just on as the item to request that it's on a future agenda. So I don't have an agenda yet, but if it comes back, we'll let you know. And then May Hicks, that I do have more of an update. So we have secured the land lease for the parcel next door, which we're going to use for staging the move of the building. And we have also executed the contract with Garrett Denny, the house mover, and he has started work. He got snowed out last week pretty much. And he is out of town working on another project this week, but he was up 2 weeks ago and started doing a lot of the initial prep. So he removed like the tree that was kind of overhanging the house and the fencing that's necessary to move it to the adjacent parcel. And as you probably remember, it actually was like stuccoed all the way down over the foundation, like touching the ground. So sort of clearing that away. And then he had to cut off some of the stucco to be able to expose the foundation. And then so he can actually get some steel beams under the house to move it. And he also removed the chimneys, which was, you probably remember, was going to be another thing that had to happen in order to move the house. So that's what's happened so far. Next week, we have a meeting with the house mover and public works to talk about the logistics of the big overnight move. So how we're gonna do this, and we're still planning on taking it to the MRF, the materials recycling facility on Butler. So we'll be, talking about the route to get there, what it's gonna look like at that facility, all of those logistical things. And in the meantime, Garrett Denny should be back up next week and, continuing. He sounded like he is probably going to need to do some emergency stabilization work on the floor, which is in pretty bad shape around the kitchen area, to be able to move it. So I think that's coming first, and then actually sliding it over to the next parcel. So we don't have dates yet on the moves, but I'll let you know once we know those sorts of things.
I have 2 questions about it. I have a lot of questions in this life.
It's okay.
One is, did you find shiplap under the stucco?
No.
It was always stuccoed?
No, I'm guessing it probably wasn't. And so what you can see, I don't have any easy photos I could pull up, but we'll be taking more. But what you can see of where the stucco's gone is just framing pretty much. So what I would guess that it was, board and batten or shiplap that was removed when it was stuccoed. there's a pretty nice hole in the side of the building that if you want to go walk by, you can see what's there. And this is what's most evident that you can look at right now is on the front of the building. There was an addition on the back, so it could be that's gonna look different when we get there, but no, it doesn't look, from what I've seen so far, like original siding. We do know, unfortunately, that looks like once Garrett started taking the stucco off, there's some termite damage. So, you know, there's lots of fun things to discover as we move forward. But
It's a reason Townside CLT did not take that house. Just put it that way. My,
okay.
my other question is,
I thought you would take any house
no,
and turn it into affordable housing.
no. You're going to move it to the lot to the south before and leave it there for a while and then move it to the MRF?
No, so we're basically using it to stage it and like slide it off and then jack it up to move it. How exactly how long it's going to be there hasn't been determined, but we can't leave it there. That was the original plan because it's in a flood zone. So we're hoping that that could be a more long-term, if not permanent solution, but that's not going to be possible. So we just have a short lease to essentially use it in this staging phase.
Seems like it's timing because once the Rio to Flag realignment would be, that is not a flood zone
I
anymore,
know.
right?
I know. It
And the
is,
flood zone goes right through that lot, like in half, doesn't it?
yeah, it's pretty, yes, all timing. And maybe, well, I hope it doesn't, we don't have this sitting at the MRF until the Rio to Flag project is done. But if we did, yes, I think that would open up other parcels. And there are some other city parcels in Southside that it's the same situation. There's that you can't develop, or we definitely could move this house too. Like maybe you could develop by putting, you know, like a garage on the lower story and living upstairs or something. But yeah, just that it's unfortunately going to make finding a permanent home for Mayhex harder. But
So there's another house that was moved there. I was involved with that. And what they did is the city wanted them to put a 5-foot tall foundation under it, but they got a different approval to do a 3-foot tall foundation with a flow through underneath. Keep that in mind.
well, we may come to a creative solution like that, but we'll see. So in the meantime, that's where we're at. So hopefully more updates coming soon. I don't have it scheduled yet, but I am hoping that we'll do a city council proclamation for Historic Preservation Month this year. So and that's in May, as I'm sure you know, and I will share that once it's scheduled. So I'll know about that.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So I actually just thought of something I could share. I listened to the quarterly meeting for the advisory council this morning. It was like started at like 6 or 6:30, I think Eastern time. But when I joined, and I joined on my phone. I didn't quite catch, I think it was the National Trust, but brought up, they were having a discussion about the 250-year anniversary of the United States. And this representative who was on the like Zoomer, our teams, mentioned that Route 66 turns 100 next year also, and that Flagstaff had a lot of Route 66 properties. So they were having discussion about the role of advisory council in the 250-year anniversary, and they shared that as well. So maybe there's some opportunities.
Yes, I hope so for all of these properties. And that reminds me, one other note on May Hicks is I did apply last week for additional grant funding for the project. And we just received officially the funding from the National Trust for the move. So we actually have it in hand, which is good. And I applied, it's a Historic Route 66 of Arizona Association grant that's run through the Arizona Community Foundation. So I applied for that, and we will probably hear in May whether or not that was secured. So, And that time, the timing on that one didn't allow for us to ask for another letter of support, but I'm sure I will ask you for a future one for the May Hicks project. But
Thank you. Is there any other items or comments? Thank you. I'm going to move over here and bang the gavel.
most important part of vice chair duties.
And that clock is not correct, right?
Nope. 6:40.
So I here now call to conclusion the Heritage Preservation Commission meeting of March 19th, 2025 at 6:41.
Good night, everyone.